Cut that off. This game doesn't have a title screen, by the way. This is the pause screen. This is what it loads you into. It doesn't even have an opening cinematic. So that's what we're dealing with here. Is that kind of game. Oh man, I just realized I should have ran an ad while I was up. I'm sorry. For You know what? You know what? I'm not going to do that to you guys. I know we got to wait a little while more, but I'm going to play the ad now while there's nothing happening. I have a little bit more set up anyway. So, I'm going to run an ad. Catch you in a little bit. There we go. Fix the audio there. Alright. I'll, a little bit of time for the ads to finish. Shoutouts to everyone blocking the ads currently. Alright. That should be ads out of the way. Got some time now. Don't save. Let's load. Let's try to recap the story so far. For those who haven't been here, so this is based off Bram Stoker's Dracula. Jonathan Harker isn't a lawyer. He's Van Helsing's assistant, and he went alone to Dracula's castle to try to kill Drac, and basically the same outcome as the book happened. He got caught there for a while, showed Drac pictures of Mina, so and so forth. Harker is God knows where now. On our end, we play as Abraham Van Helsing. We have just gone through the estate that Dracula was living in. And we found his diary. Diaries like, man, being a vampire's really cool, but too bad that lady I liked died. Aw, man. And then he learned about basically the Necronomicon over in Egypt, and he's like, wow, I could totally just unleash all the spirits. Just bring everyone back to life. Wouldn't that be super cool and rad? A great thing to do. And that's the story so far. The great thing about this compared to other adventure games is if I hold down space, it will show me, or let's pulse, and show me what I can look at. So I don't have to guess.
It seems that I have not inspected everything.
Oh no. Can't leave yet. Okay,
The bulbs of God.
I think what we figured out was Dracula went to go get Mina while we were at the estate. So, like, we missed him by maybe an hour. So Mina's gone. Oh no, not
Careful.
Mina.
I feel a presence.
Do you feel a presence? Should I put on my cross? Oh, cinematics. We got CG.
Back, demon, in the name of the Holy Cross. Leave this child and depart from this house.
In any case, I did not count on lingering. We have already consumed our union, and I did not come for a discussion. It will give me great pleasure to see you again soon, my dear. Your body calls to be covered in roses and love. As for yours, sir, it will soon be a putrid, gory mass.
His voice.
Where worms will feast.
Oh, his voice got real robotic right at the end. Is that the secret of Dracula's powers? Also, this is a really lame Dracula. Like, his diary actually starts off with a line that's pretty cool, where like one of his subordinates turns against him, and he's like, one of his subordinates turns against him and calls him to a duel, and like forces him to use a weapon, and he's like, nah, I like to punish my subordinates with, or like, what was it? Basically, I like to punish people with my fist instead, or something like that. It was kind of cool. And then immediately after that, in the rest of the journal, he just gets really lame. Oh, here it is. I told him that it was my habit to discipline swine with my bare hands. Oh, I didn't read the thing.
She is stable, but extremely weak. As for her teeth, they haven't started. Yes, I know. But it is only a question of days. She is contaminated, and despite all of the transfusions that we may do, she will sooner or later become one of them. Look there. You'd think she was an angel. What do you suggest doing? Will you wait until she mutates completely? There exists perhaps a glimmer of hope, Seward. I have to pursue the demon and try to counter his plans. Mad idea! Do you at least know where he could be? Not so mad, after all. Find me a map of Europe, Seward. Harker must have had one here. And then let's decide where to start my journey.
Also, yeah, I guess Van Helsing is just taken seriously in this universe. I don't actually recall how serious people took his claims in the book. I suspect not extremely well, despite him being a doctor. Okay, here we go. Post-Union. To Seward, MD, Director of Carfax Sanatorium. My dear friend and disciple, if you are to receive this telegram, know it is because my situation is critical, and the only person in whom I hope I may confide totally is you. Since the days of my teaching in the Royal College, where I have been honored to be your preceptor, I devoted my life to a desperate fight against evil. My foe is so terrible and profoundly mystic that I refrain to speak about it even in the most scholarly circles. My deepest hope was to protect my friends, and you being one of them. As brave and confident in me as you are, this hope is now to be forgotten. Unwillingly, I must engage you to the unthinkable crusade. Make you join my silent and lonely road and set you against reality, which you would undoubtedly prefer to ignore. Immediately upon receiving this paper, would you bring your medical instruments and join me at the apartment of Mina, the young fiancée of our old friend Jonathan Harker, who shared with me the knowledge that you will soon share and paid for it with his mortal life. Professor Van Helsing. This game is also pretty wordy. I didn't expect it to be as wordy as it is.
Yes, Professor?
There. Perfect.
Oh. Ooh. Do I have a YouTube channel? Yes. It should be. It should be below the Twitch stream. If not, it's the same name as here. I don't do a ton with it, and when I do, I try to do like a full LP of some stuff. I did a playthrough of Signalis. That's on there. That's the most recent thing. All right, thanks, man. Yeah, I might. Yeah, I could do that. I think the VODs are set up correctly. My hard drives are like really nice. My hard drives are kind of full, so I don't like to record if I can help it. So what's the puzzle here?
No, it is not that. Try again.
Here we go.
Useless.
Useless.
Nothing of interest here.
I'm gonna have to go dig through files, aren't I?
No, it is not that. No,
Are
it
you
is
sure?
not that. Try again. Useless. Nothing of interest here.
Nothing. You sure?
No, it is
Wait,
no.
Where did he come
It is
from?
not that. Try again.
Markov.
Useless.
Oh god, I just realized I have to play a game that DB elects for me. Gonna make me play Karnov. I have to play Karnov now. Burn.
Nothing of interest.
Okay. Let's dig through files, I guess. So, what would the hint be? Maybe I should find where Dracula's castle is. Everywhere east of Vienna. Oh, okay. That... I don't think that helps me too much. Vienna's here, so we're at least east of that. So we're all over here.
No, it is not that.
This is mostly where I've been looking.
Useless.
I did check Vienna, right?
Nothing of interest here.
Yeah. What exactly are we looking for here, guy?
Yes, Professor? No, it would be better.
This is why I had a guide up. I don't want to use it. I want to figure out what the game wants me to do, right? But sometimes it just doesn't give you the hints. I know that Dracula was looking for something that was in Egypt, but Egypt's not on, well,
There.
Cairo.
Perfect.
That was it. Yeah,
In
that was
his
it.
lair in London, I discovered a journal that Count Dracula had composed in his own hand. The demon has departed for Cairo. It seems that there are some ancient texts there that talk of rituals and maledictions. Perhaps there is one that explains vampirism. I know it is highly unlikely. Even if that weren't the case, Dracula seems to want to find this work at any cost. If I make my way there and find it before him, I could exchange it for Mina's salvation. And if none of that comes to fruition, I finally have, after so many years, fresh tracks leading to the Count. I will be able to find him and destroy him. I will contact the director of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo by courier today. I believe he is the only person who can help me and guide my research. If you wish to contact me, write to me care of the museum. Keep me informed as to the progress of Mina's illness, and keep a better eye on her than I was able to, Seward.
Okay. Going to Egypt. Yep, we're just in Egypt now.
There are few people about, and many shutters are closed. This must be siesta.
That's not an Egyptian word.
There are few people. There are few people.
Can I pet the dog? Cannot pet the dog. That's the level of game we're dealing with here.
هل تحب الموسيقى العربية هذه الكلمات؟
Useless. I do not understand their language.
Maybe you should have considered that, Van Helsing. We got a lot of paths.
Ah, this sign must indicate the direction to the museum. Let us go. Mustafa's guide, camels to hire or buy, quaint hotel, financial advisor, taxidermist, and provisions of all kinds. Inquire within.
I can read that though.
هل تحب الموسيقى العربية هذه الكلمات؟
Useless. I do not understand them.
It's useless. Let's go up. Go into the court.
Garlic. That could prove to be very handy.
Okay, guess we had money. Definitely didn't just steal that.
This strange scale might help in some way.
Yeah. I do hear a money sound, so...
A small, empty flask, still intact.
I assume we're buying things.
هل تحب الموسيقى العربية هذه الكلمات؟
Useless. I do not understand their language.
Okay.
This could come in handy.
Okay, so we have a flask, we have a casserole dish. That's a pan. We have a whole pan now.
These great creatures are quite congenial.
Got a back alley here.
It is a Coptic cross. That means that a Christian lives here. closed.
Oh no. Whatever will I do? Let's not go the way they want us to. Never go the way the game tells you to.
I have no interest in going that way.
You say so, man. What? No, just warp. Ah, this is weird. So usually if you double click on a transport spot...
No, I must first find a place to stay. I may be in Cairo for a few days.
Oh. Okay. So this is the end. Is this the one guy we can talk to?
And a very good day, Effendi. Whatever you search, you have knocked on the right door with Mustafa. That is me, Mustafa. What do you desire? A guide, a camel, a certified dentist, or perhaps the most fabulous hooker that also works as bagpipes?
I
You're
am only
a dentist?
in need of a discreet room and a bit of information.
No problem, not at all. I will bring your bags up and give you my most inconspicuous room, which just happens to be the nicest, as well as the most expensive.
I see.
It's served just after the 10 o'clock prayers. As for the camels, you have but to ask.
I will remember. Thank you, my friend.
Very nice of him.
Tell me, how do I get to the Egyptian Museum?
It's all very complicated, but you are very lucky, Effendi. Mustafa, that is me, of course, knows Cairo like no other. So, you take the road to the left of the park where my camels are, and straight ahead, go directly,
Thank you. I will find it. Well, I must go, Mustafa. Until later.
Farewell, Effendi. Farewell.
Oh, okay.
Ah, Cairo's famous Egyptian Museum. What riches must be stored within its walls? What disarray! Incredible how one can find anything inside.
What?
A hookah, museum piece, or intended for the director's use.
A little bit of column A to column B.
There is a little of everything in this museum, even things having but a tenuous connection to Egypt.
What? Oh, this is disorienting. Oh, hi. There's a guy here.
Lovely Egyptian chest. Ammon's ram, most likely.
Oh.
Oh, this mummy is spectacular. You would almost think it was about to move.
Yeah, but it's not rendered.
It seems to me that there is an opening here.
Very strange.
These sarcophagi are very well conserved. Quite the feat in the middle of all of these dusty odds and sods.
Hello, guy.
Good day, sir. I am Professor Van Helsing. You should have received a courier announcing that I would be coming.
Ah, yes, hello. Indeed, my superior, Lord Grosvenor, informed me of your arrival. I am the assistant director. Lord Grosvenor is absent. He is on an archaeological dig in Sudan. He won't be back for another 3 weeks.
To be honest, I have need of nothing but a bit of information. Perhaps you could clarify something for me.
I would gladly put myself at your disposition if I wasn't overburdened with work already. You see, Lord Grosvenor amasses such a quantity of objects from various excavations that he supervises, but he doesn't have the time to do the classification, which is a necessary consequence. This work was assigned to me but would represent a challenge to 10 of the best scribes. I must apologize, but I cannot be of assistance at the moment.
Hang on. I can't pause right
Listen,
now.
I am more
Wait a
of a
minute.
practical man, but I can certainly help you. Entrust one of your tasks to me. You will gain time, and hopefully I will gain some information in exchange.
It is with great pleasure that I accept your assistance. You can, for example... Wait, do you see this list? All of these objects were distributed throughout the museum, but they should be together. Can you find them?
What's that? Find hidden objects? Absolutely. Head with solar disc, knife with mother of pearl handle, pharaoh with broken head, Spanish helmet, papyrus excavated in 1852 from which came the Debens. Oh, I can't. Sobekotep dynasty. Small scarab, gift of MS Changkang. Okay. Bunch of names I'm gonna butcher.
What is a deben?
It was a unit of measurement in ancient Egypt. It was mostly used for precious metals like copper or gold, giving the weight of the metal corresponding to its value. For example, 1 deben of copper corresponded to 27.3 grams of that metal. For gold, 13.6 grams was enough to reach this value. The scribes possessed benchmark weights to perform their measurements, in the form of a wire of the metal in question, folded over itself. I can give you a copper deben. You can keep it as a souvenir, as with the stylus that I see there. I must rid myself of them.
Oh. Cool.
Excuse me, I am going to look in the museum.
That won't be a problem.
Okay. Let me. I'm gonna lower the music. It's a little much. Maybe bump up the voice.
Have you found all of the objects, sir?
It's a little low. A little too low.
Have you found all of the objects, sir?
That's better. Now I'm just gonna push space and win the game.
A helmet. The tag says, helmet of a Spanish soldier, found in the wreck of a galleon offshore from Alexandria. A miniature pyramid. Curious. A crook. One of Osiris's symbols. An insignia of the pharaohs. This artifact is nothing but a poor reproduction. Bizarre. I'll take it.
Yep. Continuing to steal.
A superb piece. Certainly very old.
Some of these you can only see on certain screens.
Granite scarab of little value.
Oh, hang on. Oh, that's the door. I'll admit that this section I probably should use the
Another
indicators.
pyramid.
Oh, sorry. But
This
like
knife with a mother of pearl handle is magnificent.
some of these things that you need to find are really small.
A flail or neck, insignia of royalty during the time of the pharaohs. This artifact is nothing but a poor reproduction. Bizarre. I'll take it.
I'll just take it.
Someone must collect pyramids.
Is that someone me now? I think it's me.
papyrus from excavations in 1852. Not of interest.
Oh. Hang on, I got a paper here.
Tell me, can I borrow this?
Certainly.
The Giza Pyramids. The 3 pyramids of Giza consist of the Pyramid of Khufu, the Great Pyramid, the Pyramid of Khafre, located in the center and somewhat smaller, and Menkaure, the smallest of the 3.
It is a sketch of the Giza site, showing the actual heights of the pyramids. Impressive.
But you know what you want? You probably want this crook.
This sarcophagus is that of an unknown pharaoh, but it is missing something. There.
Oh, there it goes.
Perfect. This sarcophagus is that of an
Still missing things? Okay, well, this probably.
open.
Yeah. Oh, another
Someone
pyramid.
wanted to hide this pyramid, unbeknownst to the director.
Glad we figured that out.
This chest from the Saracen era is ancient, but its keyhole has been recently repaired. Head with a solar disk, the sign of loyalty to the pharaohs. Another pyramid.
In fairness, this would be a proper hidden object section, because they give you a list of what you need. You gotta do some really awkward inventory management now. And it'll just be bad again when I turn all these items in. So that needs a key, which I don't have.
Excuse me, sir, but I have much work to do.
My questions.
There. I have finished collecting all of the objects on the list. Now, would you do me the kindness of answering my questions?
If I can. What are you looking for?
The Demonomicon.
The tomb of a priest venerating ancient accursed gods. In this spot, a tome called the Demonomicon of Ouija was found. Have you heard of it?
That's how you
Great
pronounce
gods
it.
above! How do you know of the existence of this damn book? It's one of the best kept secrets of ancient Egypt. No learned Muslim has dared to make reference in any writing, and I believe the Christian church long ago burnt any text which contained this name. I know but little regarding the Demonomicon, only that it is supposed to contain all of the teachings of an abject cult that worship the outer gods, notably that of the Black Sphinx during the reign of I don't know which pharaoh. Anything that touches this cult, directly or indirectly, is damned, and even speaking of it brings unhappiness. Do you really want to find this tomb?
How do I get to the tomb?
I am afraid so. Do you have any idea where I can find it?
Frankly, no. However, it seems to me that there's an isolated spot. The Blood Rocks. That has an awful reputation. Some of the men who work on our digs say that no one has ever returned from this damned spot. Except for one Bedouin looter, raving mad, crying out that all of his companions had been eaten by a black demon. Apparently he died a few days later, and we found in the folds of his robe a sort of solar disc made out of gold. This piece was unfortunately stolen before arriving at the museum, and must have been smuggled out of the country. I can show you the placement of these rocks on a map, but no one will accompany you there.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I shall depart, and thank you for all of your help.
Goodbye, sir.
and good luck.
Wait, did I get it? Oh, copper diamond and a scribe stylus. Still don't really have a key. This.
This chest from the Saracen. Oh. It seems that I have not inspected everything.
Oh, yeah, there's a thing on the table. Would not have noticed. They do
Someone
seem,
must collect pyramids.
you seem pretty adamant about not letting you move on without actually finding everything, though. I guess that's good. It's a lot of pyramids I have now. It is I who collects the pyramids.
It seems that
Oh, thing. Oh, there's the key.
a key. What can it open?
Come on. What we got? Big
There
money,
is
big
something
money.
inside.
No whammies, no whammies.
Someone wanted to hide this pyramid,
Oh, it's just
unbeknownst to
another
the director.
Just another pyramid. Small pyramid. That's a lot of pyramids. We're good now? Okay.
I must find this Mustafa.
What? Is he gone? No, he's right there. Just right there, man.
What is wrong, my friend? You look as if you dropped a 16-ton block on your foot.
May Allah curse the bastard son who did this. May the guardian scarabs enter through his fundament and devour his entrails slowly with small spoons that are bent and rusty. May he rot and die.
Well, man. That's pretty harsh. Why am I in Egypt? Well, you see, Dracula learned about something called the Demonomicon, which is in Egypt, I guess. So we're going to Egypt to stop him from getting the Demonomicon. Definitely not the the Necronomicon. The Nomonomicon. It's here somewhere.
I frankly do not envy the bastard who did this to you. Please tell me more. And on your way, would you saddle me a camel?
A camel? He wants me to saddle a camel. But it is my camels, Mustafa's camels. They have all fallen ill. Look at them. This
I don't
one
even know what
full
happened.
of energy and bam! They are all on the ground like worms. Such misery and misfortune. I had to borrow money to buy them.
Listen, there must be a solution. Why don't you call for a veterinarian?
A veterinarian is too exorbitant. To care for a camel, I would have to sell one of my legs, and I have 7 camels. Do I have 7 legs to sell? The only veterinarian who is affordable, some would say even cheap, is my cousin Mulud. Mulud is also a hairdresser, heating engineer, bricklayer, and raises woodlice. But as he is also a customs officer, he is also involved in a work to rule at this very moment. It pains me so. But tell me, where did you want to go?
Why is it called an oven? You Off in, cold food. Off out, hot, eat the food. Where do I want to go? Little place called the Blood
I
Rocks.
must go to a place called the Blood Rocks. It is not far from Cairo.
To the Blood Rocks? But you are crazy. A madman. No one will loan you a camel to go to the Blood Rocks.
I must go just the same, and with haste. If I can find a way to heal one of your camels, and I pay you triple your fee, will you agree to let me have one?
That's a
You
lot
have
of
a
money,
deal.
man.
I have just thought of one thing. There is in the quarter an old Christian, a monk, you understand?
Ah, yes.
The women go to him for the ancient remedies and his healing powers.
I see. The
He is
women
near the Coptic quarters. Past my house, and it's in a lane on the left, you see? He might have something for my camels.
I see, yes. This will be a great
I
time.
must depart, my friend.
Oh, my poor camels.
Is that what happened?
Poor creatures. Pork. Pork.
I don't know, man. They just seem slightly tired, dude. There's a guy out here. Hello, guy.
Peace be with you, my child.
My child, are you a priest?
Yes, I am a Coptic priest. What can I do for you?
Take care of the camels.
Well, I don't know if I can help you. My innkeeper Mustafa's camels have unexpectedly fallen ill, and I am in desperate need of a mount to take me into the desert. I have been told that you might know of a remedy.
Perhaps. But a sick camel usually takes some time to recuperate. Mustafa is not the only one who hires camels. Why do you need one of his?
There's the Red Bull. Ugh. I don't know, I guess that would be helpful to have wings for a bit. Go to the Blood Rocks.
He seems to be the only one willing to let me take a camel to the Blood Rocks.
In order to fight evil, you must know it. Find out why the camels are sick, and then come to see me, and I will help you.
I don't know, man. You figure it out, says the guy.
Well, goodbye then.
Okay. Also, there's just this person here dying. I can't do anything about it.
Ah, what a tragic tragedy. Bankruptcy.
Right, gotta steal this pitchfork.
This might be useful. I am taking it.
What happened to your drinking water, camels?
This trough is clogged up with herbs. Fresh herbs. Apparently someone recently threw them in the water.
Oh, the ring puzzle? Yeah, I saw you solved it, or you figured
No,
out how
I
to solve
cannot
it
do
in
that.
like less than 10 moves, which is interesting. It's one of those puzzles that looks way more complicated than it is. Got some herbs. Curious plants.
Poor creep.
Peace be with you, my child.
Well. Poor creep.
Can I talk to anybody yet?
هل تحب الموسيقى العربية هذه الكلمات؟
Useless. I do not understand their language.
Hi, dog.
I have no
No interest. Zero interest that way. So...
I
That
have
was-
no interest.
yeah. Should I talk to you about the plant?
What the...
Ew. See, the problem is I can't take an action here. Just look at things. There's no action points. Dracula is somewhere in Egypt. In some lores, he's Egyptian. Oh, the phenomenon? The phenomenon?
هل تحب الموسيقى العربية هذه الكلمات؟
Useless.
Useless.
I do not understand them.
I can't understand the language, so you must be useless. What do I do with this plant? Mahana. Mahana, Mahana, Mahana.
What a tragic tragedy.
I don't know what you're talking about, Esper. There's 0 Draculas in hiding.
Poor creature.
Oh, imagine the power one Dracula could have with a jetpack. Smarting, you're full of energy. Ground like worms. Which are expensive. That's a good question. That's a good thought process, though, in Asper. Does T-posing function as a cross for the purposes of fighting a Dracula? Oh, what's happening? Can I, you know what? I'm gonna try something else real quick. One last thing. Talk to this guy with the herb in my inventory. And then I'm looking up the guide. Up.
I found some strange
That works.
leaves floating in the cistern. They don't seem to have been there long.
These leaves are those of a poisonous shrub, my son. Normally they are dried and thrown into the evening fire. Their odor scares off the snakes. A few fresh leaves in a drink, however, transforms them into a potent poison. Luckily, camels are large, robust animals. These leaves are only found far in the desert. I would hazard a guess that someone is after either Mustafa or his camels.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's picky about having an item equipped and not just owning it, not just having it in your bag. That's a little weird. I'm also
Would you have an antidote for this poison?
just want to
Give
keep
this
things
to one of the
moving
camels
sometimes.
to drink. He will arise and will be able to take you where you see fit. The others will recover after a week of rest.
Thank you. How much do I owe?
I have helped you because it is my duty to help others in need. Perhaps it will be your turn to help me one day. You said that you were traveling to the Blood Rocks. Take care, my son. This spot has been defiled by the darkness. 2 days ago, a flock of nightbirds blocked the setting sun, which was illuminating the town, and flew to the Blood Rocks. It's a grave omen. Death awaits you there. Death, or worse.
I must go regardless. Thank you again.
Just blotted out the sun.
Well, goodbye then.
It's not ominous.
Poor creature.
Oh. Exploitation. Ooh. What would that be classified as? Specifically James Bond knockoffs? Lower the music a little. Alright, do I give it to them or do I give it to him?
Tell me, what did the old monk say?
He gave me something to return one of your camels to health. The others will just need to rest. Now, tell me how to get to the Blood Rocks.
It's easy, I will show you. May Allah keep you, Effendi.
Yeah,
There
we
is
did
the
it.
tomb. Strange. It is lost in the sands. I would even say concealed.
Yep. We're just doing Indiana Jones at this point.
These etchings are quite sinister. I understand that no one comes here.
Oh. Oh no!
What has happened?
Someone threw
My God,
styrofoam out.
the entrance is blocked by these boulders.
Now, Mangro, how do you find the tomb? Or should I say, your tomb? The master informed me of your arrival, and that you would seek out a most hideous death. And now, you are satisfied. You shall be in agony, dying of hunger and thirst, prisoner of the darkness. No one comes here, and no one will hear your screams as you lapse into madness before you die.
This man must be one of the demon's henchmen. It could be he who poisoned Mustafa's camels. Well, I have no chance of shifting these boulders. I am truly a prisoner of this tomb, but I will have the final word. I have only one solution left. Find another exit after exploring this tomb.
Alright.
This first room must have had a
Well.
utilitarian function, where tools and scaffolding were stored during the excavations which took place here.
I don't think you were here when I discovered this turbo, but I found that the space button is the most powerful button in the game. It just tells me where all the interactables are. I don't have to hunt for pixels. It's just there.
Impossible to pass.
It's a magical button. It's in the Jogos. I will look at it. Ah.
This could come in handy.
Yes. Carry a big stick.
Strange. This skeleton is not old. In fact, it is quite recent.
And it's very scared.
Oh, I hope he won't blame me if I take this. It could serve as rope.
A turban? Pickaxe head?
The handle is unusable, but the head is still solid. Oh, an abyss. Beware,
Ooh.
there are some stakes at the bottom.
That's some Tomb Raider shit right there.
Hmm. It seems to me that there is an opening here.
Yep. Do this. Now just crawl over it.
I am in need of something. My improvised rope seems a bit too short.
What?
I am in need of something. Be careful.
Oh, okay. Just click across it. But I can put something there. Oh, wait. Lantern.
A lantern. I'll take it. Night will soon fall.
Should I... Can't light it up. Left or right? Let's go right.
These representations are not Egyptian, but they seem to be very ancient nonetheless.
Got some...
Strips of linen
Yep.
to embalm the mummies. I shall take them for lack of anything better.
Shovel and lantern is certainly a combo. Okay, got rope.
Oil.
Oh, there we go. Now I got a lit lantern.
No doubt a medicine table.
You say so.
Nothing of interest here. Strange design. The man being embalmed is holding a book in his hands and seems to be reading it as if he were alive during the whole process.
got... Pick this up real quick.
She was
Got an ad
dressed in a
coming up
great
real
black
soon,
sari
so...
with a very long belt. I am taking it.
Yep. Stealing from the dead. Alright, ad's coming up, so I'm gonna get up and go to the bathroom while that runs. I'll just leave it here. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see. Belt. More rope. Bigger rope.
Poor child. This vampire seems to take pleasure in annihilating youth and beauty. This young woman has been dead for less than 2 days. No doubt Dracula has already gotten his hands on the Demonomicon. My hopes were in vain. There is no chance of saving Mina. I must find a way out of here.
Demonomicon. Demonomicon is a really weird word. What do we have here?
This slab is a kind of door. There are grooves all around. It is impossible for someone like me, but a being that can change into fog could easily pass through these fissures.
Ah, so mist could pass. Is that what I'm hearing? Nom icon. I'm hearing mist could pass, guys.
This cavity seems to have been specially dug to insert something within. This box smells of garlic.
Oh, well,
There. Perfect.
Yep, just all my garlic right in there.
A receptacle. It must have contained a liquid. There, I can descend.
Ooh, careful, bud. Ugh.
This poor chap broke a pike, impaling himself on it.
Cool. Is it wooden? Looks wooden. That means I have a wooden stake. Not very delicious, but very effective.
Why, he had some plants in his bag. The same kind that poisoned Mustafa's camels. There. Now to find a way to get to Cairo. Strange. This skeleton is not old. In fact, it is quite recent.
What stripped all its flesh then?
It seems to me that there is an opening here.
If only I had some kind of pick. I'd be capable of axing the rock's questions. Oh, that falls apart immediately.
Something was taken from here. I see small nicks.
Wait.
This cavity seems to...
This is a problem because I can't seem to select an item to go in here. It kind of just appears. This tells me I don't have the right items. Does that mean I need to go back across?
Be careful.
You are not on that beam.
Useless. Strange.
It's no use.
It seems to me that there is an opening here.
Oh, okay.
Be careful.
Lost opportunity to put a backpack on top of this corpse. Or on this corpse. And then just have a fedora somewhere on the screen.
My makeshift pick has broken, but I'll keep the wooden stake. It may come in handy at some point. Who knows?
Wait, the pick head broke? Say so, man. Wow, I'm out. I didn't solve the door, though.
You? But what are you doing here?
I was awaiting you, my son. You will certainly need a camel for your return to Cairo.
Thank you, but I did not think anyone would be looking for me. Certainly not you. I thought everyone was scared of this spot. You even said that it was defiled by the darkness.
It is indeed. This spot is the tomb of the high priest of the black man with no face. A bloodthirsty, cannibalistic cult that lived for centuries.
I know that. That is why I have come here. I have been searching for the Demonomicon, supposedly entombed here, but it certainly is no longer in this tomb.
What purpose do you intend for this damnable tome? Do you not know that it will do naught but beget evil?
I had hopes to the contrary. A young friend of mine in England is in the grasp of a terrible curse. I thought that the only way to save her was to discover in this book the origin of this evil in order to find a remedy. But someone has taken it. Someone whose ardent desire is to use it to a more heinous end. Someone who occasionally accompanies a flock of night birds.
Who are you
But
really?
you seem to know a lot about this book and this location.
I am Herodotus of Judah. I am part of a Coptic order, and my mission is that of guardian of sorts. You must know that during the centuries that followed the entombment of the Black Priest in this tomb, which marked the official end of this cursed cult, it was the source of an intense, maleficent aura which rotted the earth around here. Men and women were overcome by homicidal madness. Swarms of insects and amphibians, deformed children, sick livestock, disappearances, and atrocious deaths were the lot of this earth. And this aura extended until the advent of my order. One monk amongst these first servants of Christ, a saint amongst saints. It was his duty to put an end to this nightmare through the strength of his faith. He penetrated the tomb and created a kind of sanctuary next to the origin of evil. He took residence at this spot in order to pray, while all around him were scrolls of prayers and exorcisms, as well as the notes of a lifetime past combating demons. He was enclosed in this accursed tomb, and the entrance was sealed up by a holy cross. At the edges, objects feared by the darkness's supporters were placed. Thus, only men of
That's
goodness
not following
could
the
pass
subtitles.
through and open the door. By the grace of the power of our Lord, the evil consequently stopped. But a few years ago, greed brought men here. They broke the seal and liberated the evil, which killed them. No one lives here anymore, and the plague emanating from the tomb has not yet had a visible effect. But it will arrive if nothing is done. I am an old man and an outcast in this Muslim society, and there have been Frenchmen and Englishmen. I have not been able to recreate the seal.
You claim that one of your predecessors had passed his life fighting demons and was interred in this tomb with prayers of exorcism and memories written on paper. This may possibly give hope to my young friend. I may possibly be able to recreate this seal if this gives me access to the tomb. It consists of the cross on the erect flagstone. Is that correct?
Indeed, its power is inoperative, since the objects found around the edges, as well as the sacred golden disc representing the sun, were removed.
Oh.
We must replace the objects at the ends of the arms of the cross and recover this disc. Also, we would have to perform a brief ceremony that is taught in my order. For that, however, it is necessary to possess some ancient cult artifacts that were stolen and that I thus no longer possess. Nevertheless, the authorities stopped these crooks and deposited the sacred loot in the Egyptian Museum. Here is a list of objects that belong to us and which they refuse to render. Without them, you will not be able to save your friend.
Thank you, Herodotus. I must take my leave. I return to Cairo as soon as possible.
Was the objects a bunch of pyramids? Because I got a bunch of pyramids.
Well, my friend, it would seem that things are not going well for you.
I can hide nothing from you, Effendi. It is because of my cousin Abdul, the seedsman. Abdul is also the cabinet maker, sausage maker, professor of ancient literature, and a tap dancer by night at the port.
He wishes you to do a duet with him and wants you to wear a feather dress, is that it?
No, he is angry with his wife because of their daughter. She was seen in the company of a stranger a few evenings ago while she was going to the well. Since then, she hasn't returned. Abdul's wife is worried about the girl, but Abdul doesn't want to hear speak of it as he's afraid that it will bring shame on his family.
And you are also worried, which explains your distress.
Yes, she's a lovely young girl. But it is mostly because my wife is the cousin of Abdul's wife, and she told me that if I did nothing, she would smash everything I own, and I would no longer be welcome in the bedroom.
I see.
What does your niece look like?
A tall and beautiful young girl with a great black sari. Say, you must consort with strangers. You could ferret out a bit of information, could you not?
I will do my best.
Wait, is that not the girl that was in the tomb? Didn't she have a black sari?
These great creatures are quite congenial.
Anything back here? Maybe. But later. I can't talk to strangers. I'm shy.
هل تحب الموسيقى العربية؟ هذه الكلمات.
It can be whatever it wants to be when it grows up.
I do not understand their language. Let us head to the museum.
Okay, just going. Let's talk to like the head guy.
Am I disturbing you?
Not at all. I was just going
Ooh,
to say,
CG.
I slept here last night as I have for the past 10 nights. I have so much work that I can't leave, and with all of these thieves. But I thought you had left for the Blood Rocks. I am astonished that you have returned.
Yes, as am I. I am coming to see you because...
Watch out!
Oh no,
Are you all right?
that was dangerous.
Have you been hurt?
No, I don't think so. But what happened? Someone tried to kill me, and you saved my life.
I think I was the one targeted. I do not think that my visit to the Blood Rocks was appreciated by all.
What a moment in gaming history.
Tell me, can I borrow this?
Certainly.
What? Class. Broken piece of mirror. Could be useful.
This knife is covered with a strange substance. Watch out.
Poisoned knife. That's even worse than a regular knife. Paratus' list? Do I need to go talk to him?
What do you want?
Coptic
This-
artifacts.
I am pressed for time, and I must ask a favor. Certain items in your museum appear to legitimately belong to a group that desires to have them returned. Here is the list they gave to me. Can you entrust them to me, so that I might return the artifacts to them?
Indeed. These items were seized by the authorities and entrusted to the museum while awaiting their inspection. The official procedure requires that the people who are claiming them provide proof during an inquest that these items do in fact belong to them. Based on what I see, it consists of artifacts from the Coptic cult. The Copts are not well favored by the authorities at the moment. I doubt they would recuperate the items even if they followed procedure.
It is vital for me that they get these artifacts returned. Is there no solution?
Hold on, here's a hint for you. It's an ancient Egyptian measurement of volume. It is chipped, and we have dozens. It will make a wonderful souvenir. As for
What?
our matter, I have here a list of goods embezzled by looters, or simply stolen here in the museum.
What?
It's a veritable treasure. If found, the authorities will completely forget about the very existence of the Coptic artifacts, and I will give them to you. Here is a necklace that was part of the stolen artifacts and was found. Much of this plunder is the same. This might help you, perhaps.
This guy's really friendly. Maybe too friendly.
I shall depart, Director. One of the beads of the necklace that the Director gave me is a diamond of great value.
Necklace. One of the beads in the necklace which the director gave me is diamond of great value. What is it doing here? Wait, items. Yeah. Receptacle. Capacity of a human.
What do you want? What do you want?
More like a aerial, maybe. I don't know. Aerial might have more style than this. Whoop. Whoop. Double check the museum real quick.
Let us find someone who can give me information regarding this knife.
Okay, but I have to be able to talk to people first. Can I do that?
هل تحب الموسيقى العربية هذه الكلمات؟
Useless. I do not understand their language.
It's no use. Herodotus might help.
Does this tell you anything?
Where did you find this, Effendi? Hide it before anyone shall see us.
He passed with great speed not far from me. I have a tendency to return objects that have been dropped to their owners.
You have courage, Effendi. The courage of a fool faced with death. I could keep quiet, but you have done a great service for me. And your baggage is at my place. It would fetch a good price if anything untoward happened. Isn't that right?
Well,
Understood. If anything bad should happen, my luggage is yours. Now, who does this knife belong to?
It is an Ottoman blade. It belongs to a Turk who lives near here. He is in cahoots with the worst thieves and smugglers in all of Cairo. It is even said that he is their boss, and is feared like the plague, even amongst the police. He has killed as many men as there are fleas on a donkey, and I do not want to be next. No, not Mustafa. He is not at home this morning. I saw him heading towards the port a few minutes ago. He looked on edge. If you go by his house, be discreet, because the neighbors are curious and on the watch at all times.
where's his house?
How will I recognize the Turk's house?
Though quite easily. Those people are not like us. Take the road that runs along the bazaar, and you'll find the house just after.
I know where that is.
Farewell now, my friend. I must find the Turk's house.
Definitely royalty-free music.
This is where Dracula's subordinate lives. If I want to enter in his absence, I must avoid making noise.
I see, yes.
This lock is rather sophisticated, but with a bit of logic, I should be able to open it.
What? Oh, Lord! Yes, quite a strange lock you have on your door out in the open. So what's the rules? Okay. So we slide an entire row. Can I just do this? Because if I do like Huh. I have to slide from the outside of the shape. Yeah, why would you have the solution? Also, the solution doesn't have a grid, so I don't know where this is supposed to be. Like where on the shape? Yeah, it's way too big to stretch the entire grid. The grid's too big. Maybe it doesn't matter as long as I get the shape correct? Okay, we're gonna do this. Actually, can I go up twice? This doesn't work yet because I need a gap here, but figure that out a little bit later. I need to make a gap now. Okay. So I do like this, send this down. No, because it... Well, does it push the whole row? It doesn't push the whole row. Now we're in a weird position. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I should solve the right side first, then. Here. Need a T shape. If I... Right, so the trouble is it doesn't shift the entire row or column, it just does the one thing, so I should Yeah. If I send all of this down. What? Oh. Now I can do that. So I need... Well, now I have a problem because I need to make my shape here before I push it over. So maybe I should push these back up. So then I push this over to get here, and I need... Will this work? Not really, because it's not on the outside edge yet. I have to do another uncoupling. Because this is good, right? Wait, how does this outside edge thing work? So I would think I could do any... Oh, I got hiccups. Any of these, but that's not true. Okay. So basically solved that, but we have a problem. I have an extra orb here. Now I've got to get all these over, and I also have to hope that this is the correct position. So I need to build here. I can do this. So I need to get these two over there, or here, and then... Wait, do I even have... Am I missing a position? Oh, something is definitely off. Hang on. So... one space line. One... Oh, I need an extra one up here, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's it. So can I... need to decouple these. Does this work? Ah, it doesn't work. So I can't put that one orb back. Oh. No, I think you're right. I think you can't move it into a space where there's no orbs in a cardinal direction. I think that's what's happening, which is why I can't move this to the left. I think they have to stay in contact with another orb on the cardinal. So, I'm almost there. Oh, that was a bad idea. Oh, I got it.
There. Perfect.
Glad it was all in the correct grid position. And I didn't need to shift everything over.
Open.
Yeah, that just... you need to take a second to get the rules. That's one thing I do miss from the other hidden object games we were playing, is that they will tell you the rules of the game, or of the puzzle.
These jewels strongly resemble those of the necklace which the director entrusted me. Mustafa told me that this man operated in contraband.
The Turk's bag. In the Turk's house, I found a bag containing stones exactly like those on the necklace from the museum director, which was part of the object stolen by the looters. Mustafa was correct. The Turk is one of the thugs, an ideal accomplice for Dracula. Alright, let's steal his stuff now.
Useless.
It's no use.
Why, there is a parchment that has just been torn. Let us see. This could be interesting.
Ooh, jigsaw puzzle. Alright. Can rotate it. Okay, good. Good to know. Work on edges. That... I don't know. There might be a face. That's definitely a face, so that's a corner. Our grid size is not very big. Oh wait, if our grid's not that big, then that tells me that there's a lot of pieces that are fake pieces. Regardless, let's at least grab corner pieces. There's only 4 corners, which is good. Those match up. Still don't know if they're in the correct orientation, but we have a match. Oh. Oh, come on. Okay, this is probably the wrong corner. Now it can kind of start identifying shapes. Doing it. Where do you go? Where does the burb go? Where's the head of the burb? Not a tail for the burb. I think. At this point, you can basically just kind of force things by just checking every position and every orientation. More legible than the Demon Souls stat icons. There it goes. Got it. Hieroglyphs and a parchment found at the Turks.
I found it.
Amazing.
This might be useful. I am taking it.
Yep. There's two things on this table.
A miniature pyramid. Curious.
Another pyramid. When are we getting to the pyramid puzzle?
A black sphinx without a face. Ah, there are some hieroglyphs. Perhaps I shall learn more thanks to this statuette.
Oh, the hieroglyphs of the black sphinx without a face, which were found at the Turks, Dracula's subordinate. Looks approximately like this. I don't think those lines are on here. See where that goes then. What? Oh, you really done it now.
Damnation! There was a cobra in this large vase. Impossible to approach the door if I don't find a way to get rid of it.
Well, I can't get the good end anymore. It's all over. If like all the pyramids resulted in just a bigger
Damnation!
pyramid.
There was a cobra in this large vase. Impossible to approach the door if I don't find a way to get rid of it.
Okay. Where's that weapon I just got?
Damnation! Damnation!
Well, we have a poison plant. Got a sphinx. We got a knife. Fight the cobra.
Damnation! There was a cobra in this large. Damnation!
I have an axe. I think I'm still missing one large pyramid. A sneeze there. Casserole dish. That is a casserole dish. And my flask, I don't know what it's filled with. I thought it was empty, but now it says flask. Oh, receptacle, the capacity of a Hinu. I forget what Hinu is a measurement for. I know that Debin is a weight benchmark for determining the weights, like the weights of precious metals. The weird thing is that like a copper Debin weighs different than a gold Debin, but they're both considered a Debin. So that weight thing's a little weird. Do I have string? No. Unless I can use the necklace. What? Oh! I took the diamond out of the necklace, I guess.
Damnation!
I probably need to... Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Can I burn the poison plant? I don't know why this worked.
There. Perfect.
Well, so I know it's poison, but like the way I understood it was that it was the plant was supposed to be like burned or dried or burned or something, and that's how they use it. But if it's put into water and drank, then it's poisonous. But whatever, man. Alright, we have an ad coming up, so let's see what we can do real quick. Very quick. Gotta beat the ad.
A key. It must have been in the serpent's vase. Open.
Gonna let the ad run, and then we'll progress. We'll get to the new content.
It seems that I have not inspected everything.
Yeah, just literally won't let me leave. That is kind of nice about this game. Adventure game, like pure adventure games, can often have a problem where it's a little too open, and you have a lot of things in your inventory, so you don't know where to use all those things to progress. But this basically locks you in a room, asks you to solve a puzzle. Alright. Oh. Interesting. Anyway. I've discovered that the PS1 logo on boot is actually 3D.
All of these precious items have been stolen. There is no doubt.
Every single one.
All of these precious items.
Yep. Okay. Give me that bag.
This sachet is not a part of the stolen goods. It contains gold powder.
What do you got? I will be on your soil in 2 days. I will be on the ghoul, which will arrive at night on the... What is that? A G or a Q? Be on the quay that you usually use to load contraband merchandise. Everything must be ready upon my arrival. I will not tolerate any carelessness. You will need to keep the ghoul at my disposal, as I will need to return to Europe shortly after my arrival. Thus, no shipments of gold or antiques on the ship. Obey this zealously, and you will be rewarded. Count D.
This letter was written just 2 days ago.
I am leaving tonight. Prepare the ship. Tomorrow a man named Van Helsing will arrive in Cairo. The body of this man must rest in Egyptian soil as soon as possible. Act with discretion in order to not compromise the lucrativeness of our operations.
This letter was written rapidly. The monster must have been pressed to leave again.
Turk's documents. Dracula has been here, in Egypt. The letters addressed to the Turk prove it. I must hurry. I have even less time than I had thought. The beast knows that I am tracking him. My days are numbered. But I have no choice. I absolutely must discover the mystery of this cursed tomb and survive as long as it takes to save Mina. After that, it will be him or me. Alright, give me that sun.
A solar disk. Curious. I cannot transport all of these artifacts stolen by this Turk and his acolytes. I must return to the director as quickly as possible. Let us head to the museum.
All right. You're the boss. No, head. Oh. I think I have to walk to it because it's a load point.
I don't know how to thank you for recovering these stolen artifacts. The police just brought them, but unhappily, they were unable to put their hands on this Turk. But they know his name, Suleiman. He won't get far. The authorities,
also
as
sound
well as the
familiar?
museum, will draw great prestige from the reinstitution of this stolen treasure.
If it can contribute to improving the opinion that the locals have of Westerners.
Yes. Yes. Like us.
Can I have the Coptic artifacts?
Here, they are in this sack. And keep the necklace which I entrusted you. It's not on my inventory, and it will make a perfect souvenir.
The one with the giant diamond in it? That's surely expensive. Just keep it. It's fine.
I shall depart, Director.
Great souvenir, you know? Show it to your kids. Bag containing the cop's treasure. Okay, double check things as we need, but it should be good to go.
I must show the director the parchment.
Oh. Oh yes, this.
Look at this parchment. Do you recognize these hieroglyphs?
Yes, they are classic symbols from ancient Egypt. I have a book on this very subject over there on my desk. You could take a look.
Fine. All of that must be deciphered.
Oh. Wait. What? Oh, it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. Okay. So. Enter. This is north. Doesn't even show me all the things though. Oh, something really weird is happening where my mouse is occasionally being picked up on my second monitor, I think. Like it's not trapping my mouse correctly. It's not clicking on my second monitor, which is good. So enter. Enter was on here, right? No. Within would be that, I think. This is blood, maybe? Rake was one. Destroy. Destroy's not on here. Oh no, there it is. Okay. Unless that's hidden. Is this under? Under. Yeah, there's enough for all of them, so I have to. Oh, that resets everything. No. Worth. Oh, enter. Enters that one. In destroy blood. I think under is this one. There's one depicting a moon, and I don't know what that means. Could be darkness. Like nighttime. Some of these might just be mistyped. Cause like I could imagine this being with, but maybe not with. Could be not Walter. Then we have the problem of what do we do with the rest of the symbols that aren't on here? Figure out what this one is. Is it cursed? There isn't one for like monster. Could be head. Maybe I'm supposed to just interpret the symbol by itself for the ones that aren't here. Like that could be weapon. That could be hidden. Actually, wouldn't that be head then? So this is weird because it's like over. If I figure out what cursed is, I might be able to figure out what the curse beyond you forever symbol is. In that respect, I might be able to figure out what, if I figure out what this is, I might be able to figure out what that is. This one's kind of weird because it's like two. Is it width? Okay. Could be an altar. The heck would represent magical powers? It's like a head in a vase. Yeah, there's enough. Okay. Before is a really weird one. Okay, so what would I change? I don't know, man. This one's a little rough. I might, Wait. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so I got a lot of them right. This being within and this being Secker is weird.
I found it.
Because I don't know what that is. I guess I don't know what a Secker is. And it's way too easy to interpret whatever that was as within, because it's literally encased in like a jar or something thin. So... okay. I'll take a 80% or whatever. Weapons with magical power within Secker had cursed blood under the north altar. Before you enter the darkness, destroy the guard, but a curse be on you forever. Okay.
I am missing, sir.
Am I? Do I talk to man again?
What do you want?
Nope.
Ammon's ram.
Oh, do I need to find the thing here?
Oh. These sarcophagi are very...
Was the hint for here? I thought we'd go somewhere else for it.
There is a little of everything in...
Weapons with magical power within Secker head, curse blood, star under the north altar. Before you enter the darkness, destroy the guard. Curse be on you forever. What am I missing then?
A hookah. Museum piece, or intended for the director's use. Lovely Egyptian chest. What disarray! Incredible how one can find anything inside. I am missing certain pieces. These sarcophagi are very... Oh. These sarcophagi...
What do you want?
What?
What do you want?
Oh,
I
statuette.
found this statuette at our man's hideout. What can you tell me about it?
It represents the Black Sphinx without a face, the artifact of the impious cult of which we spoke. The Black Sphinx is one of the shapes of the Black Man without a face. one of the ancient cursed gods. Usually, the Sphinx is placed near a building to guard it. When the building is a tomb, the Sphinx protects the corpse within. It's a bodyguard, if you will permit my little joke. As for the hieroglyphs, they represent a phrase or a name, or possibly both. This phrase is pronounced Nayarhut, or more likely, Luthotep. Nayarluthotep, that's it! I would have trouble giving you the exact signification without much research, and we seem to have little time. I must recommend, however, that you dispose of this artifact at the soonest opportunity. It will only bring bad luck.
Are we awakening ancient ones? Ancient gods? Is that what I'm getting out of this?
I shall depart, Director.
Can I depart now? Actually, let's save. Should be doing that more often. It's still entirely possible that I get soft locked somewhere.
But what is it, my friend? You seem to be in an ill humor.
My wife has
All
locked
the
me
time
up
with this
because of
guy.
my niece. She hasn't set foot back in the house, and I'm not allowed to return home myself until the girl is found.
Good luck, then. Such tragedy for this family. What will they do if they learn the truth? They will think me mad, and worse, they might take vengeance on all Westerners and spread this hatred to the whole of Cairo.
Oh yeah, it was the girl in the tomb.
This barbecue emits a great heat.
Let's go talk to my guy.
Peace be with you, my child.
You got watermelon licorice? Yeah, I guess it depends on like what kind you get. I find like Twizzlers to be a bit bland.
Good evening. Here are the objects that you asked for. I've also succeeded in finding the solar disk missing from the cross.
Your steps are guided by Saint Mark, my son. It is a miracle that you have accomplished this.
I believe it.
Unfortunately, I have some bad news. In order to replace the objects that were found on the cross, I have this host for you, which will be necessary. I do not know two of the other artifacts, but they were certainly common items, because nothing was consigned to me by my predecessors. They must, however, be feared by demons, and you seem to know a lot about that matter.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna be garlic, and the mirror is on the arms of the cross.
But some artifacts are still missing. Is something worrying you?
We will need some holy water to pour into a cup for one of the arms. I don't have any more. I can, with the artifacts you have brought me, perform the water benediction ceremony in my role as priest. The water here is unsuitable for benediction. The aura emanating from the tomb, as well as the recent flock of birds, have sullied the waters hereabouts. I will require water that hasn't touched the earth, such as rainwater. But it is the dry season, and it won't rain for days, if not weeks.
I cannot suffer such a delay. I will attempt to find a solution and bring you some suitable water as soon as possible.
A small quantity will suffice.
Am I gonna do a little bit of condensation?
Goodbye, Herodotus.
The heavens be with you, my child. Be full of courage.
Do a little sneaky
Fine.
workaround?
Now I must find some water that hasn't touched the earth. This barbecue emits a great...
So... Scoop up this. Okay.
This barbecue.
Well, I got a casserole dish full of water. Gotta do some weird technicality bullcrap here. I don't think this casserole dish full of water counts. There's no way it counts, right? What else am I looking for? Holy water. I think we're just doing holy water. I mean, I'll go check. I doubt that works.
Peace be with you, my child.
Fine. Now I must find some water that hasn't touched the earth.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay. Casserole dish full of hot water. Do I boil the devil out of it? Is that what I'm doing? I do something with this, right? Can't just be hot water. This mouse cursor thing is really bugging me. Like, the game is focused, I can move my mouse, it's not leaving the screen, but for some reason OBS is like detecting mouse cursor movement. It's not clicking anything, which is good, but it's detecting movement. Right, I don't have that. Not yet, at least. Not unless he's good with boiling water. Hey, look. I boiled the devil out of it.
Peace be with you.
Fine. Now I must...
Right, okay. Probably have to combine it with something. Oh lord. Oh, it's even worse. It's now scrolling the chat. Oh man. How could you do this to me? Yeah, I guess. Alright. Start this game. Stupid sexy Dracula. Physics! I... This is the part that might be breaking it, is I have to update the default audio output for it to go to my virtual audio cables. So... Wait. Hang on. Why was it on that screen? Wait. Did it make 2 saves? I saved here, but now there's also a save here. What are you doing, game? Oh, it turned off my flux. My eyes.
Mustafas. These great creatures are quite congenial.
I can't see anything. Good lord, man. Sounds really nice, Murdoch. I don't know how much chocolate would go with pizza, but you do you, man. Sachet of gold powder? Yes. Gold into it. Alright, we're just gonna start trying to combine this with everything possible. Including my 100 cross, or my 100 pyramids. Up! Mirror with condensation. Amazing. Is that it? Is that the solution? We're just gonna put the condensation onto the mirror, and those couple of droplets will work. It hasn't touched Earth, just mirror.
Peace be with you, my child.
Fine. Now I must find some water that hasn't touched the earth.
I am listening, my child.
Okay.
Here is some water that comes from air and has not touched the ground. It should be suitable.
The heavens are with you, my son. I can bless this water. Here,
Getting out
my
on
child.
technicality.
You must go alone to the tomb. I must pray in the chapel and recite the rites which will open the seal for you. Besides, the access is difficult for a man of my age.
You
What have
have
you found?
been there.
An old man of God knows the cornerstones of life. He also knows what may be the throes of death. An innocent young girl succumbed in this damned place. Despite being a Muslim, she has a Christian grave. It goes against tradition, but her soul will rest in peace from now on.
She died in the clutches of the monster, who leaves behind him a long list of similar tragedies. Nevertheless, her family is not worried, because they are not fully informed. What can we do?
Tell them the truth. But know that a Muslim buried by a Christian will certainly cause numerous misunderstandings, and probably worse. You know more than I about this business. Your decision will be wise.
Yep.
After having gone past the cross, is there anything else I need to do?
According to the ancient priest's reports, you must find a secret passage just after the cross. To open it, you must put a gold deben and a hinu of cursed blood into a basin. I do not know what it signifies. Directly afterwards, the sun must hit the summit of the pharaoh's tombs. Again, I can't help you, but the heavens are with you. You will succeed.
The writers say you'll do it.
Goodbye, Herodotus.
The heavens be with you, my child. Be full of courage.
I am missing certain pieces of information.
Getting tired? Tired of this game not having my flux turned on. Well, fix that. How do I get out of here?
No.
What do you mean? I gotta go see Herodotus first.
These great creatures.
I was just there.
Peace be with you. Peace be with Peace be with I am listening, my child.
Statuette of the
I found
Sphinx.
this statuette. Can you tell me about it?
It is a black sphinx without a face. One of the shapes of the black man without a face who cries at the moon. It is a cursed object. Smashing it would be the best.
What does the inscription on the side mean? The director of the museum pronounced it as Nai Ar Lut Hotep.
Hieroglyphs are alien to me, but I know this name. It is the name of the black man without a face, messenger of the ancient gods.
Uh-huh.
His name signifies there is no sleep past the threshold, or there is no peace after judgment. Do you understand what that means? The threshold is the passage between life and death, which
Can't escape the
corresponds
mythos
to
monsters.
man's acts on the day of judgment, and whether one has a right to heaven or hell. Those who call upon the black man with no face are condemned to eternal damnation. This could take the form of a soul wandering for eternity, screeching through the black void. But it could also take the form of a creature neither dead nor alive, hiding amongst mortals, subject to an unspeakable hatred and eternal torment.
Goodbye, Herodotus. I must return to the temple. I am prepared. Who knows what awaits me?
Oh, okay, we're just going. We're just going. Do do do. Do 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 do. Holy water. Let's get that going. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I found it. I found it.
Yep, I found it.
There.
Goes
This
here,
cavity seems to have been specially dug to insert something within.
though. I must have it, right?
No doubt a med...
So the arms are supposed to have a more common item. It did say I was ready. Oh. Yep. Okay. I used the diamond to cut the mirror.
There.
All right.
All of the artifacts
Thanks.
are placed. Now I must utter the words that Herodotus taught me. Delen dagrum balarum veritas grum ble blevader trugrum fugnurat.
You made that all up. That voice actor just made that all up on the spot. Alright, whole bunch of stuff.
A drawing of 3 pyramids, each bathed in a beam of light.
Yeah, like that.
Strange. I don't see anything. I need light. Apparently, I must find the right pyramids. Let's see.
Oh! Got a puzzle. Uh... Ah! Yes. That... okay. Do they all have to be right? Okay. I'll do that puzzle after this ad runs. Just look around the room for a little bit.
The surface here seems to be very straight. I can place my scale.
Okay.
This might be useful. I am taking it. These hieroglyphs remind me of something. Think.
Oh, another puzzle. Oh, there's so many things here.
This could come in handy. Useless. Useless.
Gotta put the boat together.
This could come in handy.
Some kind of rod.
They are Egyptian sculptures, but they are oddly horrible and obscene. They are Egyptian. No, I cannot do that. Useless. A broken statue of the god Seker. There is something inside. A copper debit, the same as the one in the museum. Despite the absence of a drought, the water whirls around. The surface here seems to...
Welcome back. Golden debit. With the help of a scale and certain objects that I must collect, I should be able to obtain a debit of gold that is 13.6 grams of this metal. Alright.
I don't see anything.
Okay. But let's just... See, those are right, but this one's too much. I need to erase it. Now these are kind of off. No, not really. Guess this one is. All the other ones are... Oh, oh, we're on to something. Does that one need to be bigger? Smaller? Okay. Move everything up.
There. Perfect.
Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. We need to use the... Okay, it would be nice to remember how much a copper debit weighs. Oh. This is a different instance, it's not all of his dialogue. Okay. 1 debit of copper corresponds to 27.3 grams of that metal. Ugh. I have to write stuff down. Am I doing math again? Don't make me do math again. Desk is a little cluttered right now. Be able to down notebook. Okay, so copper is 7.3 grams each, whereas gold is 13.6. So we need I need to see how much gold I put on the weight at a time, on the scale at a time. Hmm. I can't really get this even. I'm slightly unclear as to what I need. Maybe I need exactly 13.6 grams the right, but I won't know until. Okay, so we'll put a copper debit in. How many does this take? 1, 2, 4, 6, or 5. It's 5. God, I have to do it again. I have to be sure. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, so I'm putting 5.46 grams in. That's 2.5. It's 2.5 scoops. Mm. It's gonna. Like that math.
No, I...
So don't know if I need 1 or I need 3.
These hieroglyphs remind me of something.
Oh. Matching game. Wait, but that's not one of them, is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, so line, face, sphinx daggers. Hamburger. And plate.
There. Perfect.
Plate meal.
Blood.
Well, would need blood. Hmm. 100% brute force that. And maybe you should.
It consists of a...
Okay, what?
It consists of a partially broken, yet still solid funerary barge.
Okay.
It consists... Useless. Useless.
It's no use.
Useless.
Okay, what if I axed him? That's it, what if I axed him? Huh?
A spearhead, lavishly decorated and extremely solid.
Okay, game. Do I put the blood in the pool? Is that what it wants?
Perfect. On to the next step.
Oh, hang on. You probably told me how much golden devons I needed. Or how many golden devons. A gold devon and a hino of cursed blood into a basin. So just one gold devon. Okay, that helps. What's that? Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Because this is way more than one Devon of gold. Yeah, the drawer's the reset button. Oh! Oh! I can put the copper Devons in either pan. Okay. So if, for example, that doesn't really help though, because it's a balance, right? So this is still the weight of one copper Devon. Right? Because if I did this and balanced it again, it'd still be 68.3. The only difference is that I'm using a different amount of gold. Hang on, and let me check if all three of these actually weigh the same. Oh, they don't weigh the same. Okay. Alright, okay. Go for it. Alright. Time to completely redo this. So my goal is 13.6. The knife. It's 41 even. The block. The items to count to get the exact amount. Oh, you mean try to figure out the exact weight of the three items? That's what I'm working on now. I assumed they were all the same because they were all called Devons. Well, no, I shouldn't have done that because I think the copper is a Devon, but the other two weren't referred to that, so I should have just assumed they were different weights. Block is 27.3. This should be a proper. That's also 27.30. Oil. Okay. So gold is 13.6. So if I did, for example, 41 plus 27.3. I would get 68.3 and 7.3. It's not going to be enough. Yeah. So, what if I did this? Right here, let me reset this.
Useless.
Okay. That's the solution.
There. Perfect.
Yeah. That was pretty much it. The trap I fell into was assuming that they all weighed the same, and that also I for a little while fell into the trap of assuming that they couldn't share a pan. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Gold Devon. In the drink.
The basin, it changes into sand. What is this enchantment? I am in need of some. No, I cannot. No. No, I.
Oh, do I need... probably need, Oh? Oh. We have 3 pyramids left.
No, I cannot do.
Wait. Okay. Let's go back to the dialogue. I don't know. It may just be a creator thing. Like, I don't know. I haven't messed with that because I intentionally try to add things to playlist in the correct order because I'm aware that a lot of lists are in reverse order for some reason. It may not be part of the studio though, because a playlist might be considered a like a personal account thing. I think it may handle your playlist of your videos the same way it would handle your playlist of anyone else's videos. So wherever you edit playlists. Oh yeah, like as you're watching them, I guess. That would be nice. Might be a way to do that. Have to look. sun must shine, must hit the summit of the pharaoh's tombs. Where am I gonna get light? Oh, figured that would work. Alright, let's reorganize my list real quick. So I don't think it's a combination problem. I think I just need to put the right items in the right spots. Oh! It's 3 things. I did do the pyramid puzzle. Now I just need to know which order.
I am in need of.
What?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
No, it is not that.
But where's the light coming in?
A broken statue of the.
I did the pyramid puzzle, which used my lantern, but for some reason I can't use the lantern on this one. Okay, let's
No, I cannot do that.
reverse them. This claims to be a Dracula game. Nope. There we go. Alright.
I have found it. The Order of the Pyramids at Giza. And that triggers the opening of the secret door. Mind, this calls for extreme diligence.
So gotta do something.
Useless.
It's no use. Oh, wait. Oh, hang on. Let's do a big save. Oh, yeah, that's weird. Why is it doing that? Is that not a new page? Is that a fake page? Whoa. Hi, Gator.
Oh, this spot is infested with crocodiles. Impossible to pass. But there is someone inside. Or rather, an infernal being, if I am to believe the inhuman cries that emit from within.
Yeah, kind of, Murdoch, but like, none of the other saves were doing that, so like, I think I'm just getting at the end of the list, maybe, and it's glitching out. Burt Reynolds. For my stay in Cairo and my quest for Dracula, I will keep a terrible but extraordinary memory. I must record it in these pages so that it is known what danger the world faces at the hands of this monster. In the last burial chamber in the vampire's temple, I was witness to the results of a failed attempt at achieving immortality. A partially open tomb held prisoner one of these creatures of the devil, a creature that must have once been human. It moaned and groaned in a horrible way. I understood that it was condemned for all time to what Dracula calls a non-death, an eternal life in the depths of a despicable cave, living off the blood of victims who go there to die, the tomb raiders who end up there by chance. There it is. There's the line. Nothing to do but leave. What? Oh, he tried. You see that? Do it again. Oh, yeah, there he is. Oh, he's got an arm, but the rest of it's all skeleton-y. It's a skeleton with a flesh arm.
Useless.
Guess I gotta figure out what to put on the boat.
Useless.
Yeah. A real-life skeleton man. I think I'm gonna ride the boat across that river. Oh, there's the holy water. Put you here next to all my other good stuff. About if I put
Useless.
oh,
Useless.
am I trying to beat them off?
Useless.
Not trying to remove the stand?
Useless.
Okay.
Useless.
It's useless.
Useless.
Oh! Couldn't do that with a
There.
mallet though.
Perfect. No, it is too heavy.
Just too heavy, man.
No.
Now can I beat it with a mallet?
No.
No.
There. Perfect.
What? What did I do? I just laid it down? Gonna roll it?
No. No. Now, will this work?
Hmm. Would this work, or would the column piece just roll off? I feel like that column piece is just gonna roll off well before you actually lift this. Let's see what the game has to say about that idea.
It is
Oh.
moving. Perfect.
Okay. The game says. Who might argue with the game? I mean, I don't have PhysX installed. Only the game has PhysX. Nope. Should pull out my lantern before I go into the mist. The fog.
A supernatural force prevents me from moving that way. The spell must be broken. A supernatural... A... A...
Oh. Okay. That's why you couldn't do just the hammer, I guess, is because you were supposed to combine it. Still doesn't solve my problem. Going with my axe. Seems to want me to use an item here.
A supernatural force. A supernatural a supernatural force. Super.
Okay, maybe not. Right? Let's. What? Oh! I broke the statue. Did that do anything? No. Might be able to stake the hand. Well, no. I can't interact with the coffin at all. I can walk forward and I can leave, and that's it. I was hoping that breaking the statue could do it, and maybe I could purify the statue, but... guess not. Well, I think that's everything. Oh! I don't know what I did.
The spell is broken. I can advance.
Why does that make... What? Yeah. Okay. Go read your scrolls.
Papyri, in a language that is completely unknown to me. The ground is trembling. Quick, we must leave without delay.
You say so. So this is not a natural cave growth, I feel. Yep, just like that. I'm back.
No, I must first go to...
Oh, okay. See the old man first.
I penetrated the secret of the tomb and left what was found behind the cross under the protection of the holy relics. I brought back these parchments, in which may be written the way to save my friend from the curse. But I do not understand this language.
I had to break the black statuette
These
and
texts
then
were
use it on
composed
the fog.
in my order's ancient secret language, forgotten centuries ago. I would be incapable of translating the slightest word, my son. I wish I could have helped you.
My quest is at an end then, and it is a failure laden with consequences. My young friend is condemned even if I had done everything to save her.
There may
Wow,
yet
you
be a
just given
hope,
up?
my child, but a slim one. 20 years ago, a European monk by the name of Brother Alberto came to stay with us for a time while on a pilgrimage. He seemed to have a thorough understanding of us, and I seem to recall that he said something about understanding the rudiments of this ancient language. But Brother Alberto confided this on the eve of his departure, and we never knew anything further. I don't know if this monk is still living, as he seemed to be even older than myself. But if he is, I think he would surely be found at the heart of the abbey where he worked as an illuminator. He said it was St. Carousel Abbey in Vienna, capital of the Austrian Empire.
Thank you for this information, Herodotus of Judah. I will go immediately to pack my affairs and leave. We are not likely to meet again, so farewell, my friend.
I must thank you, my child, and do not say goodbye. Who knows if we are going to the heaven or not?
I must find this Mustafa.
I think Mustafa sold all your stuff. Also, I never got to talk to people here.
Here, Effendi, this arrived for you. The director of the museum sent it here.
Thank you. By the by, I have made inquiries about your niece, and I have good news for your cousin, and for you by the same token.
Ah, yes?
Listen, know that your niece is far from here now, but that she is very, very happy. The stranger who you saw her with the other night is none other than a European prince of royal blood who fell in love with her at first sight.
Royal blood.
Yes, but lower your voice.
So,
They were solemnly
lot of
united in
problems with
accordance with
this.
the prince's vows, but the news is not yet official.
I understand, Effendi. But where is she now?
I swore I would keep it a secret. The prince is very powerful, and the fact of making this union public under the current circumstances could have considerable political consequences here and, above all, in Europe.
That explains everything. But if I recount this to my cousin, he will never believe me.
So,
This is what the prince has left for the family of his beloved. For he who will be charged with officially announcing the news, you in this case, this sachet of fine gold dust.
should have given him the diamond. Oh yeah, there it is.
For the parents, the prince had this jewel purchased here. The large stone that you see there is an uncut diamond of the purest clarity. Your cousin will be able to feed his family until the end of his days without having to tap dance ever again.
How to thank you, Effendi?
Yep. I don't need it anymore for puzzles. Here, you take this huge diamond.
Prepare my effects, and when the muezzin calls, say a prayer for me. Your god and mine will not be too many to help me in what I have to do.
I don't like the lie, but at least he gave them a bunch
This
of money.
letter received in Egypt was cause for great concern. Seward
Gotta
blames
keep 'em
me
hush
for
hush.
Mina's sudden change for the worse.
Hush money.
Unrelenting
Oh, no.
fevers were
It's
causing her
worse.
terrible pain and provoking serious fits of delirium, wherein she claimed to want to undertake a voyage east in order to rejoin her lord and master. I asked Seward to join me in Vienna with Mina if he judged her able to travel. He gave me the address of his hostess, Duchess Orlovsky, whom I count upon reaching right after I visit the location where I hope to find Brother Alberto, St. Carousel Abbey. But will all of these efforts be sufficient? At this exact moment, Dracula is sinking his blood-red eyes into the frightful text, making him more demented, stronger, and even more dangerous. How is Mina?
Yep.
I don't understand it. Despite the fact that she hasn't eaten for several days, she seems to be in perfect health. It's as if this trip east has nourished her. But her mental state is calamitous. She appears to suffer from atrocious pain and nightmares
more
that
do we
aren't
have?
improving.
Poor child. My respects, Duchess.
Hello, Professor. Our patient is finally asleep.
Probably
if
about
only for a
halfway through the
short time.
game.
So have
according
you
to
been
this
lucky
guide.
enough to meet your monk this afternoon?
Wait, what? There we go. I'm about halfway through, I think. The Impregnable Abbey.
No more yesterday, nor this morning. And the attitude of these
Can't be
monks leaves me
pregnated.
perplexed. They have categorically denied me entrance into the enclosure of the abbey, and absolutely no chance of meeting the Father Superior, or Brother Alberto. I do not know what to think. Did you spend some time at the Science University beside the Abbey, Seward? Can you recall a more bizarre religious order?
My presence here was entirely devoted to study, Professor. I don't recall even having had occasion to speak with a lovely waitress, much less a monk.
Alright, an ad's gonna play here in a moment, 'cause that time's up, so before we go further into this dialogue, I'll just take a short break. Stand up and get some water and such. Be back with you in a couple of minutes. Okay. What about your husband?
And your husband, Duchess? Did he have anything to do with the Abbey?
My husband was a man of science, and his connection with spirituality was tenuous at best. No, there's nothing I can tell you.
But how do I enter?
Brother Alberto is our only hope. I must keep thinking. There must be a way to enter into the Abbey and find the monk, if he exists. What do you think, Seward?
Break and enter into a holy place? That's taking the scientific method to the extreme. But wait, yes, I remember when I visited the university with Professor Orlovsky. He said that originally the Abbey and the university were one single large building. It was much later that the clergy signed over to the
Big
city
science.
the part that comprises the university. The professor specified that there is one door that allows communication between the two, in the library, I think. But the heads of the university forbade its use in quite strong terms. Could this be a possible point of further research?
I would have to get into the library, then find the door that will take me to the Abbey. Well done, Seward.
How convenient.
Did your husband keep a key to the university, Duchess?
Well, not officially, of course, but I happen to know that he possessed a key, unbeknownst to the authorities of the university, which gave access to the library from this room, in order to study even more than the official hours would permit him. After he retired, he made plans to donate the key to one of his students, the one amongst his chemistry class who would succeed in a little challenge. I saw him prepare this test. Everything was to take place in this room, but he passed away before having given the test, and the key is still here, although I don't know where.
We will have to find out. We absolutely must get into the library.
We're gonna have to solve the dead guy's chemistry puzzle.
Well, I shall continue to search.
Well, yes, we have a key, but we just so happen to have hidden behind some jargon.
Yes, Professor?
Well,
La la, la la la,
Okay.
la la, la la la.
what is that tune that you are humming?
My husband played it on the piano in his later days.
That is a puzzle clue.
Well, I shall continue to search.
Duchess Orlowski often hums a tune, the favorite of her late husband. This tune is composed of the following notes: C, G, D sharp, F, D, A sharp, C2. C2? C twice? Strange.
I see chemical formulas in this painting. It is not an abstract work. It is part of the riddle. I will recopy all of that.
Ah. Well. I guess I gotta remember a bunch of chemistry. I never knew chemistry.
It consists of a chemistry treatise in German. Curious. It is stained with white and black paint.
Ah, yes, that is quite strange. Okay, so we use the song on the piano keys to get the chemicals, and then we translate the chemicals into this from on this page. Okay. Straightforward so far, I guess.
A small chemistry laboratory. It seems to be set up for a specific use.
Chemistry laboratory. Duke Orlowski's chemistry laboratory seems to be set up for a specific use. The colored test tubes are chemical solutions, the result of powders dissolved in water. If we dip a strip of paper in certain test tubes and in the correct order, it is apparent that a result will appear. It's up to me to find it. Okay, so I have the paper. I have this. What I don't have here is the tune.
An octave. It is the only tune that I know how to play.
Haha. Get it?
Lovely flowers. They seem to resemble those that I saw at Mina's, but these seem to come from wild rose bushes.
These flowers keep cropping up. Oh my.
I am missing certain pieces of information. No, it would be better to let Mina rest.
Okay, it's
No.
Mina's room.
This door is solid and definitely locked. Do you know where it leads to, Duchess?
To the university, the library, I believe. Officially, however, we don't have the right to use it.
Uh-oh. Where will Dracula go next? Ah! How fiendish of him. Okay, so. We're gonna write down this because it doesn't tell me in the relevant part of the thing. It is C, G, D sharp, F, D, A sharp, C2. So, now I'm going to look up the octaves on the piano. I'm pretty sure this starts at C, but I'm just gonna check, save myself a headache. Is Dracula Morbid? I don't know. Just really Drax all over those guys. Is it Draken time? Or do all vampires just morph? Can't just Google piano keys. You have to Google piano keys labeled. Because, ooh. Okay, so yes, it's... There, this'll work. Yes, so C, C sharp or D flat, and then this is D, D sharp, or E flat, E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp, B, and then C again. Okay. So with that in mind, and also, as I suspected, there's no C2. It's not a key, so I assume they mean C twice instead of just putting CC for some reason. Unless it meant the second C, which would be this. That's possible. Okay. Well, let's go through it anyway. So we have C, which is Na2C. RO4, which is yellow. Is this yellow? Uh-oh. I need to turn flux off. What's the... Oh no. Up. Oh! Oh lord! Oh, it burns! Oh, it all burns. Okay. Oh, this is orange. This is a beige. That's a white. So this is yellow. Okay. Heavens. Oh no, the problem is with flux on, I can't tell what colors the chemicals are. Okay, so next we have G, which the last one. No. G is here. A, B, C, so G is D, so okay, so that's blue. Then D sharp is here, which is NiO. It's green. F MnO2 black D HOS HGS? That's a weird G. It's HGS, which is red. D, now A sharp, this one, NaC2O7, CR2O7, okay, orange, and then, yeah, C2. So it's not C twice, because there's only one letter, or only one number left, so that must be TiO2, which is white.
I found it!
Got it. Can I... Oh, what's the button? What's the combo? Oh, I can't turn flux back on.
Perfect. On to the next step.
I'm gonna die. Oh. You're not gonna hold the piece of paper up that I need. Okay. Just write it down then. Also, it's weird that these are in ascending order. Is that normal for lock combinations? I wonder if I actually have to reverse order this. 12. 15. 15. 18.
No, it is not that.
2. 6. 8. 12. 15. 15. 15.
No, it is not that. Try again.
What do you mean it's not that? Do I have to start going to the left? So, you know what? Hang on. Oh Lord. Oh, okay. Got flux to work. No longer dying. Okay, so we'll start to reset to the left. Two, 6, 8. 12. 14. 15. 18.
No, it is not that.
Okay, I'm missing important information here then.
An octave. It is the... I see chemical formulas in this painting.
Okay, so I can't go back to the chemistry set, which means I got that right.
La la.
A safe. Perhaps the key is inside. Do you know the combination, Duchess?
No, it has never concerned me.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yes, Professor?
well.
Something up with the order here. Maybe I have to you know what? Maybe I have to rearrange the numbers based off the piano keys. Okay. So, that case, we have two, 14, 8, 12, 6. It was kind of odd that they were in order. 15. Alright, man. Good luck with that. I honestly should have ended this when I got to this room, but we'll get the safe open. I'll probably call it there. It's been a long stream. Okay, so reset. I'm gonna go 2, 14, 8, 12, 6, 15, 18.
No, it is not that. Try again.
You sure, man? Heckin' sure, man? Okay, let's try this again. 2. $14. 8. 12. 6. 15. 18. That's what I did. Okay. I'm gonna start right again, and if that doesn't work, I'll start left. $14. 8. 12. 6. 15. 18.
No, it is not that. Try
Okay,
again.
start left. Shits and giggles. 2. 14. 8. 12. 6. 15. 18.
No, it is not that. Try again.
C, G, D sharp, F, D, A sharp, C2. Okay. That corresponds to numbers I got. 2, 6, 8, 12, 14, 15, 18. This shouldn't be of any use to me because I got the numbers off of it. What's the minor mistake I made, guide? I made a minor mistake somewhere, sure. Oh. Wait, what?
Perfect. On to the next step.
What? That's the minor mistake I made. Is you don't input it like a normal safe. This is not a normal safe. You gotta hit the handle once you hit every button. Okay. Everything else was correct.
No, it is not that. Try again.
Wait, are you sure?
Perfect. On to the next step.
Okay, do I not have to rearrange them?
Perfect. On to the next step. Perfect.
I
On to the next
I don't
step.
even have to rearrange the numbers based off the piano keys. It's just straight up the number sequence. I actually overthought this just
Perfect.
because...
On to the next step.
I don't know, maybe this is how old saves work, because you have
Perfect.
to slowly turn the
On
handle
to
as
the
you
next
input
step.
the correct numbers. But how was I supposed to know that?
Perfect. On to the next step. Open. Ah, the key is here. Perfect. And a letter from Duke Orlovsky.
Congratulations, Professor.
It will not be long until it is pitch black. I will go to the university's library. Give my regards to the Duchess Seward. If I don't return...
You will return, Professor.
Okay, so what happens if I save here? Yeah, okay, so for some reason these two slots are, well, I guess four. These four slots are tied together. Maybe I'm at the end of my rope. What happens if I save there? Oh Lord. This save reappeared. But now it's here and here. I think the last page just bugged. It's possible that there's some kind of numbering error going on. So I think I should just overwrite my oldest saves. Oh no, that's also broken. Or maybe it's a display error? I don't know. If I lose my save data, I'm not coming back. I'll just move on to the sequel, which is an actual hidden object game. Anyway, thanks everyone who came by and stuck around. I'll keep doing that for a little while. I have plans for other things that aren't adventure games or hidden object games, but see whenever that pans out. Alright, thanks for stopping by. Have a